Alright, hello, welcome back to Only Up. It is a long weekend. Tomorrow is Labor Day in the United States, and I get it off. Unfortunately, not everybody gets Labor Day off, but I do. So I decided to start a little bit later tonight because I was doing a bunch of stuff earlier today, and that also means I can, with tomorrow off, I can stream a little bit later if I need to. And I moved my keyboard, mic, and mouse because the way I had it set up before, it was a little hard for me to play with a mouse and keyboard. So let's see if this works. And since I moved my stuff, I was wondering if I had to adjust my camera, but it looks okay. All right. So
don't look up. We need to get to the top. I'm sure we'll make it. I wonder what awaits us there. The unknown is frightening.
So this game is so odd. I mean, it is fun. But the random lines that come in are just like really weird.
Well, let's go. The journey of 10,000 steps begins with the first step.
Like, you just have random lines coming in here and there, and music also. Like, there's no music. Almost no music. Sometimes you'll have music coming in at random parts.
I remember as a child, my parents helped me to walk along the fence. I felt their support. If I fall, my parents will catch me. But now I'm alone and no one will catch me. Does it mean to be an adult?
Oh, well, I didn't get that line last time. Okay, that's kind of sad. Alright, so I'm really not used to using a mouse and keyboard at all. But I guess playing this game, because it doesn't support controller, so I guess this would be good practice for when I need to use mouse and keyboard. Although I don't know that, I'll remember mouse and keyboard enough, you know what I mean? Because I don't use it very often. I use controller much more. But some games are just better with a mouse and keyboard. Like, I was playing Escape Simulator on Thursday. Really great game, by the way, if you like escape rooms and puzzle games. But I think it's better with a keyboard and mouse, because I always played it with a controller, but it's kind of difficult with a controller. I never tried it with a mouse and keyboard, but I'm pretty sure it's better. I think eventually I'll get used to these controls, though. I mean, it's just like with anything else, right? So I have no idea how far it is to the top, but it was quite difficult on Friday when I played.
It's very hard to make a choice when you don't know where it will lead.
That's true, buddy. Alright, let me check the controls here. Crouch, control, camera C. What is... Let's just see what C does. Okay. Oh, it just moves the camera from side to side, I guess? I mean, it didn't really say what it did. That's why I was kind of confused. Like, it just said camera. Okay, so I remember the path here, but this is where I always get lost. Can I jump to that pipe from here? We can try. Okay. He did not even jump. See, I have a big problem with, like, this game just not... It gets buggy, because it just, like, doesn't do what I pressed jump, and he didn't jump.
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our mistakes.
Oh, I've not gotten that line before. I played for 4 hours on Friday, and I didn't get 2 of those lines. Eight minutes in. We already got our first fall. Alright, we're back at the pipes. Okay, see, I pressed control to make him stand up, and he wasn't standing up, and then I tried to climb onto that, and he wasn't climbing onto it. So definitely, you know, not great performance. But I guess, like anything else, it takes a lot of practice. Okay, I don't remember what I did here last time, but I guess what I did was go down here and then go up this way. I mean, like I was saying last time, the good thing about this game is that you just know you have to go up. So as long as you are going up, you're going in the right direction. So I have to go. I think I have to go on this pipe. What? Okay. I don't know if this is the path I took last time. I don't know why I keep getting lost on the pipes. Okay, see, what? Like, why is he not climbing over that? Like, I mean, half the reason this game's so frustrating is because the controls don't do what they're supposed to be doing. This was not the right way. Or was it? Maybe down this pipe? Because that's going up. Wait a minute, what? How did I get up there again? Okay, well, I'm on the right path now, but I don't remember how. I remember last time I had figured out, like, the exact way to get up here. Now I don't remember. I don't know how people get so good at this game.
There is something strange going on with this world, though there has always been something wrong with it. What everyone clung to, the stability, has been shaken, Maybe this is a chance for me.
Yeah, I haven't gotten like half the lines I've gotten today. I played for 4 hours last time. Also, why is this built this way? Like, why is there just a bunch of stuff in the sky?
The railroad was opened here 120 years ago. My grandfather worked here. I often went to see him. My grandfather worked here for 60 years, and then he died.
Okay. So yeah, I heard that line last time, but it's just so weird. The way that it's written is so weird. My grandfather worked here for 60 years and then he died. Okay. Move my mic. Because I think it's getting... Okay. Well, we're gonna pause that. Okay, so... my mic is getting in the way a little bit. Because I have it on like a big stand. Okay. I think... it might be a little bit better. I think this game could definitely work with a controller.
If you want to go quickly, go with friends. If you want to go far, go alone.
Wait, is that the saying? I mean, do you go far alone? You don't, but you don't, right? You don't go far alone. You need other people. Hello, Rebecca. Have you heard about a game called... Hey, Ricardo, how are you? Thank you so much for coming in.
From here, you have a great view of the favelas. This
Faith the Unholy Trinity. No, I haven't. What's that?
This is where my whole life and the lives of my goddamn parents have been.
Okay, so who was building like train tracks in the sky? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you even need this up here? That would be a super interesting game for you to check out. It's a horror game about a priest that has to conduct an exorcism in a town that is filled with unholy stuff. Ooh, that sounds scary, but it sounds pretty cool. I will look it up. Thank you for the recommendation. Is it like an RPG or an action game? Like a Resident Evil? The story and context is super dark, to the point that the game uses graphics in the style of an Atari 2600 game. Oh boy. You know, I like that games can be like really dark now these days, you know, because, you know, they used to just be like something that was for kids to do. But people still don't realize that games like are very mature now. And they can have good, like, just as good stories as any movie or TV show. Even Final Fantasy went extremely dark and mature in 16.
You first have to make a jump and get off the ground, not knowing what the future holds.
This game is giving me some life lessons here, huh? So I remember, like, my ex played some games too, but not as many as I did. And I remember he was with me when I started playing The Last of Us, the first one. And like right at the beginning of the game, like that's an extremely dark game, right? And right at the beginning of the game, they like started swearing. And he was like, oh, they swear in video games? And I was like, yeah. Like, cause like by that time, what just happened there? By that time, like The Last of Us wasn't that unusual. I mean, it was you know, probably darker than most games at the time, but by this time, because Last of Us is 10 years old now. But like by this time, they're much more common. It's literally an Atari 2600 game made in the 2020s. Obviously, it uses things that an Atari couldn't have, like some dialogue and even some bizarre video clips. Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put this in a browser so I don't forget. Faith, the Unholy Trinity. Survival horror game. Okay. Players control a priest as he first attempts to complete a failed exorcism, then tries to prevent the summoning of a great demon. The player's main weapon is a crucifix, which damages and slows enemies when held aloft. It can also exorcise possessed objects, which typically reveal notes that expand upon the game's plot to provide hints related to puzzles. The game is presented in an isometric low frame rate display. Several rotoscoped cutscenes are used throughout each chapter. Additionally, much of the dialogue is presented through 80s era synthesized speech, with some voice lines and sound effects taken from real electronic voice phenomena. Oh, and exorcisms processed through those same systems. Huh. Oh, I see. Now I'm looking at images of it now, like screenshots of it. That does look pretty interesting. All right, let me go into Steam. I'm gonna look it up right now. Put it on my wish list so I don't forget about it. Faith. The Unholy Trinity. Huh, it's like super cheap too. Well, it's on sale, I guess. Huh, I wonder how religious people feel about this game. I'm not religious at all, but I actually really enjoy like Bible lore. I think it's very interesting. In the beginning, like in the beginning you see a town being literally burned down, but the swearing was just too much. Yeah. Yeah, I guess he was used to like explosions and stuff like that. So I guess that the burning of the town wasn't like unusual. Because I mean, like by 2013 we had like zombie games and stuff, so I guess it wasn't that unusual to him to have like because it was like the beginning of like a zombie outbreak game. So I guess that wasn't that unusual to him. But then when they started swearing, he was like, oh, they swear?
My father worked here as a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil. I was afraid of him and hoped that one day he wouldn't come back from work. He drank a lot and often beat my mother and me, but that's in the past.
Jesus.
You'll never make it to the top. You'll never make it, you bastard.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Jesus, I've never heard this kid talk so much. But yeah, like as soon as I start swearing, he was like, oh, they swear? And I was like, yeah, bro, it's 2013. Video games aren't just like Space Invaders anymore. Back in the day, 2010, my mom entered my room and watched me play Call of Duty Black Ops 1, and she could not believe a game could be so much violent, and she used to love playing MK back in the 90s. Really? Yeah, and that's funny. That's even funnier because, like, those first Mortal Kombat games were considered super violent. Like, people, you know, I mean, like, people still think this these days, but it's a little bit less common. But people still think that video games cause violence. But that's like Mortal Kombat, those first Mortal Kombat games. Those were like the games that people thought caused violence. But I was like I was pretty shocked about Final Fantasy just because I always thought Final Fantasy was more of like, I thought that's what they wanted to be, more of like a family-friendly series. Because their storylines can get pretty dark, but they've
Some
never...
say that soon no one will need oil, but it is unlikely to happen sooner than in 20 to 30 years. And meanwhile, oil is still a resource that people kill for.
This is so weird that I'm getting all these lines that I didn't get on Friday. Anyway, I always thought that Final Fantasy like wanted to be more of a family-friendly series because up until 16, they've never had like nudity. I mean, they didn't have like full-on nudity in FF16, but pretty close to it. And there was a lot of swearing and a lot of violence. Like in FF10, Yuna and Titus kiss, and that was like, I thought that was like super scandalous for a Final Fantasy, because I've never seen anybody kiss in a Final Fantasy game. But I mean, it's not that bad compared to like, you know, some of these other games. Like in Last of Us 2, there's just like a full-on sex scene. I mean, I didn't stream it, but if I had, I'd be extremely concerned about that video being taken down. Okay. I think I go that way. Even the scene with Clive and Jill in FF16, like they didn't actually show anything, but they were naked. Like you could tell they were naked. They were just covering up, like, you know, the genitalia and Jill's breasts. But you could definitely tell they were naked. And I was like, oh, chat, look away. Well, Fate, the Unholy Trinity was actually made by a person who back in the day used to be a Christian missionary. So many of the elements he uses is because of him knowing about the subject. That is super interesting, honestly. Because even though I'm not religious at all, I still find like stuff in the Bible like very interesting. Oh no! Okay, landed on the train tracks, not that bad. Or the train. Literally the train, not the train tracks. And I love, you know, the show Supernatural? I love that show. And they have a lot of Bible stuff in it. Like, they have a lot of demons and angels, Lucifer, God. So, but at first, they didn't have angels at all. I think they weren't planning on putting angels in the show, but it did so well that eventually they wrote angels into the show. Because at first they only had demons. And they didn't even have Lucifer at first. They just had demons and then like a powerful demon. Azael. But they didn't write Lucifer until after. And then they didn't have God show up for a really long time. But they had, and then they have like other Bible figures, biblical figures, like Michael and Gabriel and Abaddon, Lilith. The nude FF16 scene was out of nowhere. I know, right? I was totally not expecting that. I was like, no, chat, look away, look away. But the swearing and violence threw me off too, right at the beginning. Because I was like, am I playing a Final Fantasy? Like, this is very unusual. I mean, I didn't even oh no! I didn't even realize it was rated M. What? He just bounced off. Okay. Well, at least we got the cart back. Actually, if we talk about games that Christians could consider blasphemy, but they actually don't, as many of them aren't really gamers. The Bayonetta games are about a dark underworld which fighting biblical angels. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know anything about Bayonetta, though. I know people like those games, but I've never played one. I don't know that I've played a game that had, like, any religious kind of theme to it. I've never played Binding of Isaac. I know that had to do with a biblical story. Oh, you know what? I tried this game. I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to look it up. But I tried this game where you were like, I don't know if you were angels, but you were like killing demons. But it was like one of those like indie games and it was like crazy, like fast-paced. That was Final Fantasy trying to be more like Game of Thrones. The first few seasons were literally nude scenes. That's just for the heck of it. Oh boy. Yeah, see, like Game of Thrones is just something I never got into. I tried watching, I think, the first couple of seasons and I didn't really like it. And everyone always thinks that's very unusual because that's like exactly the kind of show that I like, because I love like fantasy stuff and video games. You know, like I love Final Fantasy and Dragon Age and, you know, like fantasy games where there's like elves and dwarves and stuff. Like even God of War could be like a fantasy game. But I just didn't really like it. Persona 5 and the entire Persona series spin off of another game series called Shin Megami Tensei. Yes. So I didn't know that at first, but somebody, maybe it was you, Ricardo. Somebody told me that in my chat. But the only game I've ever played was Persona 5, which was an insanely good game. That game still holds the record for the most hours I've ever played on a single game, which is 183 hours, which is like not that much considering how much some people play other games. But for me, that's a lot, because for like an RPG like that, usually I'm at about like 50 hours before I like start getting bored with the game. Although I played, like, since I started streaming, I'll play games for longer just to, like, get most of the stuff. Like, Final Fantasy 16, I played for over 100 hours. And in the end, I still gave it a 7. but it's not, you know, like, just because I play it for a long time, it's more like I want to get a full opinion on the games. I don't want to just, you know, like, I don't like, even if I don't like a game, I'll still play it until the end. Usually, anyway, because I want to make sure I get a complete opinion. Those games do have some heavy religious subjects that could also be considered blasphemy. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is about Lucifer killing God and his throne is up for grabs. Oh, that sounds honestly super interesting. Okay, let me see what was that game I was trying to think of was. If I look at my Steam list, maybe I'll remember. Actually, I don't even know if it was on Steam. I bet Google could tell me. I'm gonna Google it. Hell sign, maybe? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, there was a game called Neon White that was about killing demons, but it was not that one. I don't think so. Gun Devil? No, it wasn't that one. God's Trigger. That's what it was called. God's Trigger. I did not play that game for too long. So it's an angel. I think it's an angel and a demon. And when an angel and a demon team up to kill their way into heaven and stop the apocalypse, bullets will fly and blood will be shed. I might have to go back to that game because I just remember it was like very difficult and I just stopped playing it. Now, demigods are racing to it. You, as Zen, have to choose if you're going to support God's angels, nobody takes the throne, if you support demons, or if you support no one and take it for yourself. Oh, that kind of reminds me of Fallout. Because in Fallout games, you always have to choose, like, who's going to take over. And, you know, well, you choose who you side with. Like, there's always different factions and groups trying to take over. And you choose who you side with. But, I mean, whoever you pick, they're the ones that are going to take over. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a scenario where you can just choose nobody. I'm not sure. I've never thought about that. No! Oh my gosh! Okay. If you choose nobody, you literally become God, which is like the end-all be-all blasphemy story bit ever. Oh, yeah? That'd be a very interesting situation, though, wouldn't it? Remember that movie, Bruce Almighty? Which, I love that movie. And if anybody listening doesn't know the premise of that movie, Jim Carrey plays this guy named Bruce, and basically he, like, his life is, like, falling apart, and he, like, basically yells at God, saying that he's not doing a good job. And then God says to him, he, like, comes to see Bruce, and he says, okay, you don't think I'm doing a job? Why don't you take over? I mean, it's a comedy. But then, you know, Bruce finds out that God's job is not so easy after all. Because he has to hear everybody's prayers. And then he gets so overwhelmed because there's so many prayers. And he just decides to say yes to everything. And then the world just, like, goes into chaos. Because he's just, like, answered everybody's prayers with a yes. Which, I mean, it's funny that I'm, like, not religious at all, but I find like the topics of religion very interesting. Like, I thought it was really interesting in Bruce Almighty that Bruce had a really hard time being God. Like, you know, maybe God is not up there just chilling, you know? After all, maybe he's actually having a really hard time with his job. Like everybody else. Okay. This game is making me really nervous. What? He was supposed to grab onto that. That is ridiculous. Yeah, he's supposed to grab onto that. Like, that's what I did last time. Is that I grabbed onto that half circle thing. And he's supposed to grab it and climb up. Literally, that's what he did last time. He grabbed it and climbed up on it. I did exactly the same thing.
Many like you have to be with them and not stand out. You won't.
So is this kid just, like, leaving his entire family? We have that in common. I'm not religious, but I like the subject. Also, many of the teaching, mostly the ones that came from Jesus, give actual good advice on how to be a person who advocates for peace. I agree. I mean, I guess I should appreciate that religion does give people a base, a moral base, if they are not really sure. Because I've seen a lot of people be like, but how do you know what's good or bad? Or like, how can you have a moral compass without religion? Like, how do you know what's right and wrong? And I'm like, I don't think you need a religion for that. Maybe it helps some people, but like for me, like I was never really religious. Maybe when I was younger, but like nobody taught me anything. Like nobody taught me what was right and wrong. I just decided for myself. Like literally, I had nobody to teach me what was right and wrong. But I guess if it helps people get a moral base, then, I mean, that's helpful. But then, unfortunately, it also results in a lot of people being religious zealots or being very militant in their beliefs. But, I have seen people, like, think, like, the WWJD, like, what would Jesus do? And I think that does help promote peace in a lot of cases. Have you watched the movie God's Not Dead? No, I haven't. What is that about? So I was watching Queer Eye, which, if anyone doesn't know what Queer Eye is, it started with Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, and it was like a makeover show where a group of gay guys would make over a straight guy. But now they remade it, and it's just called Queer Eye because they'll do makeovers for all kinds of people. And it's a group of gay guys that they split up the work, so they'll have one person on renovating either the person's house or their workplace, or whatever is important to them to be renovated. They got somebody teaching them like style and fashion tips. They have somebody teaching them like grooming tips, like hair and skin. They got somebody who has like a life coach. And there's this one kid on there who was getting a makeover, and he was gay. And they talked to the mom, and she said that at first she was very, very against him being gay. Like she didn't want him to be gay at all because she was very religious, and she thought, that was against Christianity. But then she thought, but Jesus loves everybody, and he would not want me to turn away my child because of this. And I was like, oh, that was really nice. Hey fam, how you doing? Hey Francisco, I'm good, how are you? How's your Sunday been? I think it was supposed to rain today. So I was out at the local outlets earlier today. It started sprinkling a little bit. It was supposed to rain today. I don't know if it's raining right now. It sprinkled like a tiny little bit earlier. I heard some thunder. but I guess it's not raining. But we haven't had any rain here for like a long time. Like if I look around, not you because you don't live here, but I mean you might live here, I don't know, but if I look around my area, like all the grass is like brown and dead because we've had like no rain and it's been so hot. Just like everything's dying. I'm doing great. Good to hear. What? He's supposed to climb on it. See, I'm having trouble this time with getting him to climb stuff on what he's supposed to be climbing on. Like the reason I fell off was because he didn't climb something. See, he's supposed to do that. I don't know why he didn't do that the first time. Oh my god! I don't understand why he doesn't jump. Like, I cannot get past that part because he just doesn't jump or he doesn't climb on it like he's supposed to. I mean, luckily we haven't fallen all the way down yet.
go back to the favelas. Your friends are
I heard the controls in this game aren't great from multiple sources, including yourself, but you will win. I appreciate that, Francesco. Yeah, they're really not. So I'm not exactly sure why this game was so popular, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't like it when games seem to be unfinished like this one. Like, the controls just aren't responsive, I guess, is the problem. Like, and they're inconsistent. So, for example, that half circle thing that I was trying to jump on Friday, he jumped on it and he climbed it. But this time he's not climbing it. And he's not jumping when I press jump. I mean, this is a platformer game. Like, that's a massive problem in platformer games. That's pretty much all you have. That's pretty much all you have in a platformer game, right? Is the controls. Like, that's the most important part. You should be if anything, you should be perfecting the controls of a platformer game. That's like the one thing you should get right. Oh my god. Agreed. Right? Also, I definitely think they should have done controller support for this game. I think it could have done very well in controller. I guess I'm just so used to having a controller, but I don't know how anybody gets good with mouse and keyboard. Like, that's just very foreign to me. But I guess, I didn't grow up playing on a PC. I grew up playing on a console. So I guess if you grow up playing on a PC, then it's easier. It's not so easy for me, because I grew up using a controller. I didn't even have a PC for gaming until I started streaming. I never played PC games. If there was a game coming out and it was PC only, I was just like, oh, can't play it. Don't have PC. Like, I just didn't even bother ever getting a gaming PC. Okay, see what did you just see when he stopped a couple of times? I did not stop pressing the run button. He just stopped on his own for just no reason. All right, I am going to just adjust my mouse here. Need the cord to be a little bit longer. Okay, there we go. So also one thing I think they should have done is when you have him crouch, he should stay crouching. Like if he ever like trips up on something, he just goes back to standing. So if you ever put him in a different like mode, like walking or crouching, if he like trips over something and then it just completely resets. Which I do not agree with. I don't know how anybody makes it over those cans. I mean, I'm sure some people have. I'm sure I could find a video out there where somebody did it. But that must take so much practice. Especially if you're not used to a mouse and keyboard like I am. I bet that would take so much practice. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Oh my god. All right. This is fine. At least we get to ride the cart again. Make it a little bit easier, because the last couple of times we landed in the middle of the tracks and I just had to run along the tracks. All right. Okay. You know what? This is just one of those things you have to do a lot of practice with, I guess. Like, okay, so when I played Cana Bridge of Spirits, if anyone remembers that game, it was released a couple of years ago because I was still on Twitch, and I played it on Twitch, and I streamed it on Twitch, and it's such a hard game. I actually think unnecessarily hard. But anyway,
You won't make it.
that game, I kind of just like accepted. There's this boss I could not beat
You have to see
at all.
happiness there.
It took me like 3 hours to beat him. It took most of my stream to beat him. But at that time, like I had tried a whole bunch of times and died. And I was like, okay, you know what? I just have to accept that I am going to do this over and over and over and over until I win. Like there's not going to be a time limit on it or an attempt limit. This is starting to be this game, I think. You just have to accept you're gonna have to do this over and over and over and over till you get good. See, the extra frustrating thing though is that the controls aren't responsive and are inconsistent. Like that is out of my control. I would say in Cana, like the controls are not bad. They're not bad at all. Like they're extremely consistent. They do what they're supposed to do. They're very responsive. It was just a really hard game for like no reason at all. And when I say for no reason, what I mean by that is that the bosses are just crazy hard. Like they're just so much more powerful than you and have so much more health than you. Like they're just not fair fights. I mean, I guess bosses aren't supposed to be fair exactly, but I don't know. I can't really I don't know how to explain. It was just like it just felt like not fair. Like, it just felt like they were unfairly powered. And eventually I did beat that game. But the entire time I thought, well, I think it did have a difficulty setting, so I guess I could have put it to easy. Because I think I played it on normal. But, I mean, the whole time I played that, like, I was like, this game is unfair. It's unfairly hard. I guess when I think a game is fair, it means that it has a little bit of a challenge, but it's not like it seems impossible. Okay, see, like, this is annoying because he had to, like, I couldn't climb up from there. Like, I had to back him up to climb on that ledge, which doesn't make any, like, why should I have to do that? See, like, why did he just fall off there? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, what? What is happening here? Like, he should have been climbing that. That's what he should have done. Oh my god. Okay, what is this? What was that? Honestly. Okay, well, I didn't fall that far, actually. Okay, why are you not... See, why is he climbing on this pipe now, but before he can do that? Makes no sense. It's so inconsistent. I don't know why this game is so popular. I guess it's kind of got like a Dark Souls thing going on. Like, people like the difficulty. Which I don't know why that's a thing, you know? Like, I don't know why people like the difficulty. Like the massive difficulty that comes with like Dark Souls and stuff. Because people don't like it when anything is hard. Like, so it just, like, doesn't compute. Like, I don't get it. Like, because people do not want to do anything that's even remotely difficult. That's why they won't go to YouTube. Like, if I suggest people go to YouTube from Twitch, immediately, like, most of the, I would say like 95% of the time, people are like, no, YouTube's too difficult. Like, oh, YouTube is too hard to get to partner. Immediately, they don't even try it. Or they're like, oh yeah, well, I tried YouTube for like 2 weeks, but I got more viewers on Twitch, so I just went back to Twitch. I mean, you have to give it more than a couple weeks. I was streaming on YouTube for months before I got any viewers. Literally months. 0 people. Literally. Not even exaggerating. I would say at least 3 or 4 months. 0 viewers. But I kept to YouTube because that's what I believed was the best platform. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, well, thanks for coming to the stream. Had a good run. Really? Alright, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna end it. I'm not actually gonna end it, but I am gonna take a break, so I'll be right back. Okay, so you know what? I forgot you can slow down. Okay. I forgot. Okay. So maybe that'll make things easier. But, you know, maybe that means I'm just even a better player than I thought. Okay, so for instance, if I do this, I can slow down time. And I can do that indefinitely? Yeah, you can do that for as long as you want. Okay, this might change things. I completely forgot about that. That means, though, that I am an even better player than I thought because I was doing this the whole time without that. But I think that will help with the parts that I was falling on, those little jumps on the railings. It would help with those. All right, well, you know what? We have to be patient because this is only my second time playing this game, so gotta have some patience with ourselves. Oh my god. How do I get back up there? All right, I'm gonna try the slow motion at some point before I get to that part where I fell. What? What? How? How did that even happen? Okay, maybe I'll try it on the pipes. All right. Well, we'll make it easier for some things. Okay, I think eventually, once I get enough practice with this game, I think eventually I will just intuitively know when to use that. Okay, I always forget what I did here. I mean, usually I go that way, but then I always get lost going that way. I can't remember what I did here. Yo, Rebecca, everyone, how goes the journey only up? Hey, Bahamut, how are you? Thanks for coming in. Oh, how goes the journey only up? I'm not sure how to answer that. It is going very poorly. But, you know, it's a hard game. What? I don't remember where to go. It can't be that way. That's where I can't. It can't be that way. That's the direction I came from. Okay, let's try the slow-mo again. Okay, so this is the correct way. Is that what I did before? I can't remember. I don't know. Okay, well, you know what, chat? We persevere. That's what we do here. At least what at least, like, you know, one good thing about this game is that it's a good game to play before I go on vacation, because I'm going on vacation the 15th. I mean, I probably won't stream much the week before that anyway, but I don't really like to take vacations in the middle of games. So at the very least, like, this game, you know, isn't really something that I would be like rushing to finish before I go on vacation, you know? Why is he like running when he's crouching? Like, he's supposed to be moving slower when he's crouching, but he was like running. Also, another interesting thing is that I was getting all those lines before, but now I'm not getting them. And I didn't get them last time. Like, I didn't know anything about this kid when I played the first time. And now he's saying stuff about, like, how the world is going to be ruined in another 20 to 30 years, and he wants to get out of where he's at. His family, like, is abusive. I didn't get any of those lines when I started on Friday. So I feel like, I mean, I guess this is with a lot of things, I guess, but I think even if you, this is one of those games where it doesn't seem like you're getting better, but you are. Because when I started, there's no way I would have gotten to this point this easily. Yeah, sometimes it's hard, you fall in the middle and high up, but you catch yourself and make your way back up. Yes. Yeah, just like in life, I guess. This game is teaching us some life lessons, I guess. The kid even has a line that's like, sometimes it's hard to... What? He didn't jump at all. I pressed jump, I swear. If I will own up to it. Like, if I didn't press jump, I would have owned up to that, but I did. That's what I was saying before. Like, one of the really hard parts about this game is that the controls are not consistent and not very responsive, and that is out of my control. Okay, we're gonna try, for the first time, we're going to try sprinting and jumping and doing slow-mo at the same time. Okay, so I think the best thing to do is start the slow-mo first. Okay, yeah, that helped. I completely forgot about that control though, so I've been doing the entire thing without that slow-mo thing. This one I don't think I have to slow-mo it because it's such a big platform. There's no way I wouldn't be able to make that jump. Why is he not climbing on that? What? You can roll in this game? They don't what? He just rolled because I think I pressed some combination of controls which made him roll. But it doesn't tell me in the menu that you can roll. See, that's what he's supposed to do. I don't understand why he's not doing that. Okay, so it helps if I do slow-mo and then like release all buttons so that I know he stops. See, this is what I've been trying to do. I don't know why he wasn't doing that before. So he can climb onto it. No, I pressed jump. I pressed jump. Oh, he still got there though. What? Am I supposed to climb on top of this? Okay, I guess so. Yep, slow-mo definitely helps for like seeing where you're actually going. Oh, that's a big jump. Alright, this is gonna be a sprint jump. Was he walking? Must have accidentally pressed... Yeah, he was walking. I must have accidentally pressed the left mouse. Do I walk on this? No. Ugh. Okay, I guess I can't walk on those. Oh my god. Where was I supposed to go? I don't understand. Alright. Well, at least I got past where I was, and the slow-mo helps. Hey Rebecca, Mega Man, hello, how are you? Thanks so much for coming in.
There are many like you. You have to be with them and not stand out. You won't make it. You're a weak kid.
So that voice he's hearing, I guess, is somebody in his family? Doing good, just chilling. Nice. How's your weekend been? Are you serious right now? I pressed jump. Okay, see, this is what's so frustrating. Like, I press jump, he doesn't jump. See, it's just so annoying that there's all these like glitches and bugs and stuff. Like, because that's just out of my control. I think a difficult game is not necessarily bad. But this is just unnecessary with the glitches and the bugs and the controls. That's what's really frustrating, is like this is just so unnecessary. Oh, wait a minute. No, I lied before. I said, okay, when I was higher up, I said this is the first jump I'm doing slow-mo sprinting and jumping, but that is untrue actually, because I did it here. Oh my god. Really? So I guess I mean, I feel like there's a delay because when I press jump, he doesn't jump and then he's just falling off the platform. It's like you have to press jump before he actually is supposed to jump. Really? think I gotta jump for this one. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go on this pipe? I'm up here. No, wait. Well, I made it to this part before. Yeah, this is a sprinting. Gotta sprint and jump for that one. Okay, now I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't think I can make that jump to that little platform over there. I mean, it's the only place you can go, though, so... Alright, I mean, that's our only option, I guess. Oh, that is it. Okay. That's... Alright. That looks so far. I'm using the slow-mo thing all the time. Okay, what is happening over here? Okay, this way. Ah, see, they hid it. They hid it from me. Oh,
Birth,
skeleton.
kindergarten, school, army, institute, factory, death. Hello, kinfolk.
What? What are these skeletons of? And oh, okay, the graveyard all the way up here. This is weird. And cactuses. So okay, so this is supposed to be some sort of like desert scene. Am I supposed to jump down there? I guess so. No, a little trailer. That's really cute. A little camper trailer. I stayed in something that looked like this. It was an Airbnb when I was in Austin. All right, so I'm gonna take another break. I will be right back. Okay, let's continue on. So that slow-mo thing definitely helped. So if you ever play this game, remember the slow-mo. Oh, I'm not gonna make that. Oh, I just made it. Why is there a subway station up in the air? You know, these graphics are actually pretty good. We go this way? No, I want you to jump. Oh, I can't jump over that? Okay. Okay, I guess I could go this way. Downtown. We're going downtown. Oh, balloons. It's a house with balloons just like Up. Up, if you did not know, Up is my favorite movie of all time. And if you haven't seen it, you should see it. But if you haven't seen it, very famously, they have a house that floats with a bunch of balloons. Which I guess it, you know, is possible. Like, some people have done calculations on how many balloons it would actually take to make a house fly, like it did in Up. But it's, I mean, it's a crazy amount of balloons. They actually calculated how many balloons it would take to animate, like to make it more realistic. They actually calculated the real number of balloons it would take to make the house fly. But the director realized that would be too many balloons to animate because it just wouldn't look good. So they don't have as many balloons as they should, then in order to make it fly. But I am okay with that because, I mean, the entire movie, it's not like it's like a hugely realistic movie anyway. How am I supposed to jump up to there? Unless I use the bed. I use the bed to jump up there. Really? Okay, so I was supposed to use the bed because there's no way I could have jumped onto that platform from there. From where I was.
It's a strange feeling. I've never been this far away from home.
Okay, I guess I go this way. Oh no! Are you serious right now? How did he not make that? He definitely should have grabbed the ledge. He was right there at the ledge. He should have grabbed it. Oh my god. No, that was ridiculous. He was literally right there at the edge. He should have grabbed it and pulled himself up. I mean, we fell pretty far. Okay, the good thing is, though, I think it's gonna be easier from now on. Like, once you play this a lot, you just kind of get a feel for the timing of the jumps. And you can start being able to tell when he'll be able to make a jump or if you have to sprint for it. Or if you can't make a jump and you need to look for another path. Like on Friday night, I would not be able to do this. I would not be able to just be jumping on these trains with confidence. Okay, one thing I heard about this game is that it has a problem with the round objects like that. That's why I was having so much trouble with it before, like he wasn't grabbing on. So I have to just like press spacebar, which is jump and grab. Just desperately press it in hopes that he will grab onto it. Which is like, if you ask me, that's like a huge flaw. Yeah, I think there's no way I would be getting through this part if I didn't have the slow-mo. I can't believe I got this far without the slow-mo, actually. No, wait. Hold that thought. Let me press shift. That's definitely a sprint jump. Oh, I guess not. I mean, it actually doesn't seem that far. It seems further, I guess, because it's a small platform. How did he not make that? That was not a very far jump. This is terrifying. I know. It's not a fun game, Tooth, I'm telling you. I don't know why everybody wanted to play it. It is so frustrating. Also, hi, how are you? Thanks for coming in. I fell after 2.5 hours once I started taking it seriously. Rage quit and never went back. I completely understand. I do not blame you. Like, I don't know why this game was so popular. Because, and you know what's even worse, Tooth, is that, like, some of this is out of our control because the controls are inconsistent and not responsive half the time. Like, if I press jump, he doesn't jump. Or he doesn't grab onto things like he's supposed to. It's like, you know, one run, he'll grab onto a ledge. But then the next one, he won't. Like, that's not my fault. Especially the rounded objects. Like, I've heard this game has a problem with that. I'm like, well, that's not fair. Not our fault. Not bad. How are you doing? I am good, thank you. Just enjoying my long weekend. Do you get Labor Day off? I didn't go anywhere for Labor Day. So I'm just staying at home, chilling. Just went out shopping today, grocery shopping. And I also went to the outlets, the local outlets near me. Went to Kate Spade, got a couple new bags. See, he didn't jump that time, but luckily, I mean, it was like right over the ledge and I was able to grab it, but I pressed jump and he didn't jump. I do, thank goodness. Nice. You have any plans for Labor Day? Tomorrow I just have to do this like big cleanup of my bathroom because I'm just like so busy lately that I don't have a ton of time to keep things clean and organized. I didn't know you could crouch. Oh, really? It helps a lot. So okay, so Tooth, listen, for the entire, I played this on Friday for 4 hours. The entire time I completely forgot about the slow-mo. And I just like wasn't getting anywhere. But now that I remembered it exists, it's been helping so much. No. Okay, I guess we can't go and do it that way. Yeah, crouching helps a lot. I don't think so, just relaxing, maybe some laundry. Oh yeah, I have to do laundry too. I got so much laundry. Especially because I'm just like so busy lately, I don't even have time to do laundry anymore. I did do some laundry today. I did do towels today, but I need to do my clothes. But it's like, even I'm so busy, even with a day off, I'm still, it's just chores. Like it's not like I get to relax much. I feel like I rarely have time to breathe. Me too. Kind of sucks being a content creator and like working full-time, you know? I guess being an adult content creator when you have to work full-time and you just have to do content on the side. I think especially when you're a streamer, because when you're a streamer, like you have to be there, you know? You can't just be like, oh, I'll just edit this later. Like when you're live, you have to be there the whole time. I think that's why a lot of people end up quitting streaming, I think, is because you have to be there so often that it cuts up into too many people's time. I mean, that's why I like being on YouTube, is because when I'm live, like, it doesn't really matter how many people I get because it doesn't work like YouTube partnership. It doesn't depend on a live viewer metric. And then also people can always watch whatever on my channel at any time. Why does he go so far? Oh yes, haha, working full-time is meh at best, yeah. I work from home, so it does make it a little easier. I don't think, if I didn't work from home, I don't think I could do this. I said that to one of my friends, and he's another content creator friend, and he is, you know, he's a very supportive person, and he was like, oh, I think you would still, you know, be successful even if you didn't work from home because you have good content, and which was really nice of him. But I don't think so. I don't think I could do it if I didn't work from home. Okay. So what I'm wondering though is, do I get to go to that house with the balloons? What? He should have grabbed that. No? Are you serious? Why wouldn't he grab the ledge? I don't understand. That's where I fell the last time too. I don't get why he is not grabbing the ledge. It's tough for sure. It is. Hello, I came back. Welcome back, Ricardo. That was the definition of free falling. Yeah, I kept it in slow-mo so I could try to control where he landed. Oh my god. Are you serious right now? I love this game. I don't. It's literally ridiculous. Like, he should have caught the ledge. I don't get why he didn't, because he was right there at the edge. All right, so that's where I fell the last time too. So there must be some other way I'm supposed to get over there, because that's not working. Because I don't know why, but he should have been grabbing the ledge. That's what he does. Why does he do that on every other single ledge, but not that one? kid hates to grab onto things. He does, because it's just so inconsistent if he grabs or not. Like, it's one thing if it was my fault, if I was just not good at the game, but it's another thing when the controls are, like, not consistent.
Are there. Your destiny and life is there. You have to seek happiness there. Get a job.
Okay, so getting back on that subject. Wait, which subject? God's Not Dead is a movie released in like 2014. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right, we did not finish talking about that. Was there a plot twist, or did they give away the punchline in the title? Yeah, I don't know. I never even heard of that movie. It is about a Christian college student who enters a philosophy course, which has a section where they debate God's existence. So the teacher of this course is actually an atheist, and not any kind of atheist, but a hardcore one. Oh. You know what? I took a bunch of philosophy classes in college and a couple of like religious studies classes too. I mean, they were very interesting. Meaning he constantly mocks Christians, believes himself to be so profound, and even ridicules her own Christian wife. What a gentleman. So a hardcore atheist married a Christian? Doesn't seem to add up. I used to be an atheist, but that was when I was like a teenager, and I was very like emo and stuff. Now I'd say I'm agnostic. But I mean, I think, you know, I think the older that we get, the more we realize that there's a lot of things that we don't know, right? Like when we're young, we think we know everything. But I don't know if there's a God or not. Like, I can't prove it myself. What? That was so dumb. He just fell off by himself and then almost just didn't get back on. Anyway, so when starting this course, the professor proposes to his students to skip the section by having each and every one of their students write on a piece of paper the words "God is dead." Everyone on this course does it except for one. Can you guess who? The Christian student. But surely there were other Christians in the course though? In the class? That wouldn't have wanted to write it? The professor threatens the Christian student that he will lose almost 50% of his entire semester grade right off the bat, unless he can debate him on the subject of God's existence and prove it. This doesn't seem like a very good professor. The whole point of the philosophy of God is that you can't prove the existence of a God or not. So they start having debates in front of the other students and they have to decide who is right. What? That is like a horrible professor, because the whole point of philosophical, that's the word I was trying to get to. The whole point of philosophical questions is that there isn't a right answer. Write it, get an A, repent afterwards. Easy. That's true, Tooth. I mean, if he prayed to God, he could just be like, hey, God, I just didn't want to get a bad grade. Surely if God forgives other sins, he could forgive that one. You just asked a really good question. There were other Christian students in that class, and the answer is no. Really? None? That's very surprising. Literally, there's a scene where a priest asks the student, how many of your class peers you think have ever stepped foot inside of the church? And he responds, none, probably. Huh. I mean, statistically, I feel like that wouldn't happen. So yeah, huh. I mean, where I grew up, it was like a very like liberal place. I know liberal doesn't necessarily correlate to like not religious, but you know, statistically, the more conservative you are, the higher chance that, oh my God. Statistically, the more conservative you are, the higher chance that somebody is religious. What the? What? How? How? I didn't even press anything. Oh my God. This game is ridiculous, honestly. And the student was actually going to quit the class, but the priest convinces him to debate. According to him, this debate will be the only exposure these students will ever have to Jesus. In other words, the movie is actually unrealistic. Is it good, though? I mean, that sounds like a horrible philosophy professor, though. You don't have right answers in philosophy. That's the whole point of philosophy and philosophical questions. Because everybody has their own idea of right and wrong. Like, what's wrong to me, other people, like, don't even care. Also, all atheists in the movie are portrayed as bad people without any sense or morality, and Christians as pure, good-hearted people. Oh boy. Yeah, that is the typical way Christian movies are made. So you may be asking who wins the debate and who lost. Is that going to be a spoiler for the movie? Or, I mean, I guess, I don't know. Is it a good movie? Like, should I watch it? I don't know. I guess you could tell me. The Christian student, of course, wins the debate, and the audience who watched the film lost their precious time. But anyway, okay, yeah, that makes sense. If that's the way that atheists and Christians were portrayed, then yeah, that makes sense. I would give it a 4/10. Acting is sort of... Oh, you've seen it? Acting is sort of mid and the plot is sort of obvious. Okay. All right, I probably will not watch it then. The Christian kid literally proves that gods exist because thanks to God, that's why morality exists in the world. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's so funny, Ricardo, because I was just talking about that. Well, not just, but I think when you were in here earlier, that I was talking about that because some people are like, but how can people have like any morals if they don't have religion? Like, how do they know what's wrong and right? And I'm like, because they can just decide for themselves. Like, I don't see why. I think if it helps somebody to have religion, to have like a moral base, then that's great. Like, that's fine. But not everybody needs to have that. Like, I literally had nobody teach me what was right and wrong. Nobody. I just decided for myself. I guess watching a lot of like TV shows and movies also kind of like gave me an idea of what was right and wrong. And Batman, honestly, like Batman, like watching Batman, learning stuff about Batman, that he is very like, he sticks to what he believes is right. But I had nobody to tell me like what was right and wrong. And I'm not religious, like, but I did like grow up being like forced to go to church and stuff. But I never really like believed. I never really felt like Christianity was something I believed in. Hi, Rebecca. Did you make it to the top yet? Not yet, DJ. Unfortunately, I did not make it to the top yet. The teacher then asks, so if God exists, then why is there so much evil in the world? And the kid responds, well, because God gives us free will. Yeah. Also, plot twist, the atheist professor wasn't actually an atheist, as in one point he starts mocking the Christian student. So he asks him, what happened to you? Oh boy. I'm gonna have to look this movie up. And for the only logical reason that the movie script told him, he actually confesses he became an atheist because his mother died of a terminal illness and due to God not hearing his plea. How do I make... Okay. What turns the camera? Yeah, I can kind of understand. I can kind of understand that position. I won't go into details, just, I mean, I'm open about it, but just because I feel like this isn't like the time or place, but I like, when I was younger, I used to pray all the time for something to happen, and it never happened. And from the, I mean, I was like 12, 11, 12. I would pray like every single day for something to happen, but I'm sure you'll find out at some point, but I prayed for something to happen like every single night and never happened. And that's also like around the time that I started like not becoming religious. Then he became resentful of God. So yeah, the Christian student wins the debate, saves his grades, and the teacher starts to accept that he actually does believe even a little, and that he should apologize to her Christian wife. So good ending, right? Good ending for the Christians, I guess. Do you think the movie would stop at that? Oh boy. What else does it do? So, oh boy. But wait, there's more. The teacher opens a drawer and finds a letter he wrote to God when he was little, in where he asked him to please save his mother. Why is he grabbing onto the ledge and not just jumping onto it? Like, he was close. That happened last time too. The teacher texts his wife and tells her that he needs to say something to her to apologize, leaves the campus and goes to meet his wife to say that he is sorry. And when he is about to cross the street, where do you send a letter to God? Yeah. I guess you don't send it? Like, I guess he's just supposed to... No? I don't really know. A car comes out of nowhere and hits him. What? What? What kind of ending is that supposed to be? He goes flying and lands with his lungs crushed, starting to internally bleed to death. Oh my god. But out of nowhere, two priests show up. Oh my god. This movie sounds crazy. Okay, so I do like all the different scenes you go through in this game. I like that they have all these like different there's like this desert scene and like a factory, subway station. I like that stuff. That stuff is cool. It's just the controls and the frustration. Oh, there's a police car over there. I think that's what that is. Okay, if I go this way, that's easier. One of them says, call an ambulance, and the other one responds, is it too late to save him? So the priest looks at the professor and asks, do you believe in God? Oh boy. No, I jumped. Oh my god. The professor responds that he's actually an atheist, to which the priest follows with, well, I think that God you don't believe exists have show his mercy on you. Professor, literally bleeding to death, asks, how is this mercy? Well, can't wait to see what happens next. And the priest tells him, because that car could have killed you in an instant, but God gave you a last chance to change your final answer. So, really? Priest, do you believe in God? This is sort of like an IGN walkthrough of the movie. The professor says that he does, and he dies. Oh, okay. Is it because he didn't really believe in God and he was just saying that because he thought he would be saved? One of the priests says, "This is a good day. Sad, yeah, but imagine the joy in heaven." And that is where the movie ends. That ending is a wild ride. Oh boy. Okay, so it's just assumed that he goes to heaven? But I mean, wouldn't he have only said he believed in God so he could be saved? I mean, if you were God, is that what you would want? You would, like, would you want somebody to just be like, "Oh, yeah, I believe," just so they can, like, go to heaven? Last minute, repent, poggers move. Right, but, like, God would know. If he didn't really believe, God would know. Oh my gosh. I remember we talked a lot about God in my philosophy classes in college, and they were really interesting debates. But one thing I noticed a lot is that, especially because I live in Texas, and there's a lot of religious people here, a lot of Christian religious people, I mean, because I know there's many religions. But what I noticed is, you know, they'll tell you things like, well, God wouldn't want you to do this, or God wants you to do this, or like they'll tell me I should be doing something, or maybe shouldn't be doing something because that's what God wants me to do. But I try to be like open-minded about it, because most of them that are saying that stuff, like for the most part, it's coming from a good place. So I try not to be like, you know, like I don't say anything. I don't say like, well, I don't believe in God, or you know, if like if something's happening where they're like, "Oh, I'll pray for you." And I would never be like, "Oh, thanks, but I don't believe in God," or something like that, because it's coming from a good place. But I just don't really like it when people are like, "Well, but God says this is right," or "God says this is wrong," because I decided for myself what was right and wrong. And I think other people can do. If I can do that, certainly other people can do it, because I had nobody, like I literally had nobody to tell me or show me or teach me what was right and wrong. Like I just learned it by myself. Hopefully it's not like life insurance. Any pre-existing atheist tendencies must be repented for at least 2 years prior to accepting the policy. Right. I mean, maybe I mean, yeah, maybe he really meant it, but I don't know. Oh my god, are you serious? This movie is like someone's cringiest high school memory. The more you think about it, the worse it gets, because now the wife of the professor is a widow. Yeah. And she was, I'm assuming in the movie, she was like a good Christian. I agree that morality goes beyond religion and that we can learn that from a number of places. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, usually you have your parents to teach you, but I, you know, unfortunately, I did not have a very good childhood, and I had nobody to teach me what was right and wrong. And so I think if somebody like me, who literally had nobody to teach them, I mean, maybe what I think is right and wrong, maybe it's totally incorrect. I mean, well, the concepts of right and wrong are pretty, like, you know, everybody's got their own ideas, but I feel that we can all agree that if we're hurting somebody for no reason, that's something that's wrong. You know, like stuff like that. I literally had to learn stuff like that, like just like on my own. Like don't hurt people if you can help it. Like, you know, if it's like self-defense, that's fine, but if you can help it, like, don't hurt other people. Like, try to help them as much as you can. Like, I literally learned that stuff on my own. Like, be there for your friends and the people that you care about. I would suggest passing on that movie and instead watching Bruce Almighty, a much better religious movie. Oh my god, I love that movie. Oh, you know what, Tooth? I was actually talking about that movie earlier too, before you came in, because I was saying, okay, what was I saying? I'm not really I think what I was saying was that I like how the movie portrays that, like, God maybe, you know, isn't just chilling up there. Like, you know, he's got a tough job, because I was saying, you know, to anybody that doesn't know the movie, that in the movie, Bruce has to answer all the prayers. Like, he's given the powers of God because he tells God, you're not doing a good job. And God comes down and he's like, oh, well then why don't you do my job for a day? And so Bruce has to answer everybody's prayers. And he gets so overwhelmed because there's so many prayers that he just answers all of them. And he's just like, yes. He just says yes to all of them. And the world just, like, goes into chaos because he gave everybody what they wanted. And so I like that it shows that, like, you know, maybe God isn't just, like, you know, maybe God has some troubles too, you know? Like, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy for him either. But it is also true that a lot of people guide their morality on their interpretations of the Bible. Yeah, and I don't really have a problem with that, as long as, like, they're not hurting people. And if they feel that they need, like, religion for a moral base, like, I'm not gonna, like, hold that against them. For example, back in June, I was walking on a park with my girlfriend when 2 robbers attacked us. Oh my god. They told me they would end my life, but I kind of felt they were taught about Christianity, as most people in my country do, so I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, leave, don't do this, you know God's watching. And the robber said, damn it, and left. I, of course, decided to run and catch him while screaming, thief, catch him. So the people in the park came together, captured him, and bring that guy towards me and my girlfriend. Oh my god, that's a crazy story, Ricardo. I'm so sorry that happened. But that, you know what, Ricardo, that's awesome that you were able to make a decision like that. Like, you were able to think, like, okay, how, like, you, I mean, it sounds like you, like, stayed really calm and you thought it through, and you were like, okay, how do we get out of this situation? Honestly, though, even though, like, people even if people aren't religious, I think even if you said something like that to them, it still will make them like reflect on their decisions. Because that's what I do when I like feel like, you know, when somebody says to me like, well, God wouldn't want you to do this, or God would want you to do this. It still, even though I'm not religious, I mean, it still makes me think about it. I'm like, well, I don't know. You literally casted that robber away like a demon in an exorcist. Yeah. How's the new setup working? It's better. But my left wrist on the keyboard really hurts. Usually that is what people do here, because in Ecuador we have a super corrupt justice system where criminals can easily get out of jail. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. So people here beat robbers before giving them to the police. That sounds really tough. Because, like, honestly, like, I know the US justice system definitely has a lot of issues, but I also think it's the best state that it can be right now. Like, of course there's, like, corruption and stuff. Like, there's always going to be corruption and stuff. But I think in general, the people who work in the justice system, I think in general, are, like, they really, like, do believe in what they're doing, and they want to make things right and help, or I don't know. I don't want to use the phrase "make things right" because I don't really like that phrase, but they want to help people. They want to get justice is the better way to put that, instead of making things right. Because I don't really believe in making things right. It's like what Kratos said in God of War, and he said, "There's no making things right, only better than what they were." Like, I don't believe that you can ever, like, really make things right. Because once you do something, there's no going back, right? Like, you've done something, you can never undo something. Unless you're in Microsoft Office and you can just undo. Doesn't prevent falling, though. No, it doesn't. That is on her. Okay, first of all, not always, because this game, the controls don't always work. Like, it's very inconsistent. That's why this game is ridiculous. Like, sometimes he will grab onto ledges and sometimes he doesn't. And then, like, the jump doesn't always work. Like, that's just dumb. Why is he not jumping directly on there? Like, why does he have to always climb up? That doesn't make any sense. The thing is, first of all, me and my GF don't enjoy any of that kind of stuff. Plus, he actually repented when I mentioned God. We decided to not harm him at all. We even talked to the police and asked them to please advise that dude to stay off trouble. Wow. That's really understanding of you guys, honestly. But I understand, like, you know, sometimes people just need another chance. Like, I completely understand why you said that. Like, it's sometimes people just need to, you know, be given a chance. Sometimes people, you know, that was like, unfortunately, a pretty big mistake, but, you know, some people do make mistakes. But if you keep doing it, that's not acceptable. Or if you, like, actually hurt somebody. Well, if you answer the question 2 + 2 was 6 = 6, you can make it right by changing that to 4. So some things you can make right. Okay. I sit corrected by Tooth. No, you're right, Tooth. But I guess in terms of, I mean, that's like a very, like, defined thing though, right? But like in terms of, like, I guess, like, moral and ethic things, I don't believe in, like, making things right. Like, for instance, if you have wronged me in some way, if you've wronged me, you can never unwrong me, right? Like, that already happened. You already did whatever you did. You can't undo that. You know how people are like, oh, well, forgive and forget? Well, I don't do either. But I think you can move on without forgiving somebody. I think, like, you know, sometimes I've just accepted that somebody has, like, wronged me, and I'm not mad about it anymore. But I've, like, sometimes, you know, I've never forgiven them, and I also just, like, don't forget. Like, I'm like, I won't, like, actively hold it against them, but I'm like, okay, like, I remember that is a thing that you did that was, like, wrong. And I'll move on, and I won't, like, you know, I'm not gonna, like, say anything to you, but, like, you know, I might bring it up later if I need to, but not in an angry way, just to let you know, like, you know, that was wrong, and you should know that was wrong. I'll forgive you for falling in this game. Okay, oh, you'll forgive me. So me falling in this game has wronged you? Okay, what? Okay, so I see another path that way, but why would I go that way? I don't know that that leads anywhere. Oh, Adewale, thank you so much for the $10. Such a thoughtful discussion. That's what we have here in my stream. We have very thoughtful discussions. I mean, we debated the whole... I don't know if any of you guys were here when this happened, but before, when I was playing Dave the Diver, we debated a whole thing about the intelligence of octopuses and dolphins and, like, other animals, because I said that I don't think that any animal is on the same level as human intelligence. And some people in my chat decided to disagree. And they said that, like, dolphins are on the same level as humans, which I don't think that is true. And then also, like, you know, people don't, like, eat dolphin meat because that's, like, they're endangered, and they're also, like, really smart, so people, like, feel like it's eating a human. But then octopuses are also supposed to be just as smart, and we eat them like crazy. So we had a whole discussion on, like, the intelligence of animals and if it's ethical to eat, like, dolphins and octopuses. I feel like this game is actively trolling you. It is. Poggers. No! Is there another way to get up there? Because I don't want to rely on the bed. when I jump on the bed before, it, like, automatically brings me up there. Okay, I guess I have to face this way. Depends on which human you are talking about. I've met some really unintelligent ones. I mean, see, but that's how I think people... That's how I think some people see me, though. Which is, like, clearly, you know, that's not a good feeling, because I've been treated like I'm dumb, like, more times than I could ever, like, tell you in my life. And it's not a good feeling. So that's, I mean, that's how I think some people see me. But I think everyone is smart in different ways. I mean, I'm not good. I'm not smart with a lot of things, but I'm smart with other things. But I don't really call people like stupid as a whole, unless they have some sort of other quality that I don't like in them. Like, if I don't think they're a good person, I have absolutely no issue calling them stupid. But if they're a good person and they are just, you know, maybe of like what I consider to be like lesser intelligence, then I wouldn't like call them stupid. Okay, I guess I have to go this way. I think you are smart. I appreciate that, Tooth. I appreciate that. I don't really think I'm smart. I don't know. I mean, some days it's tough, you know? Because some days it just feels like I can't figure anything out. Are you in slow mode? Might need to reload stream. Reload my stream view. I mean, the game has a slow motion mode. Or what do you mean, like chat? Because I am going in slow motion in the game. Like, that's a thing I have. Okay, so I guess I was going the wrong way the whole time when I was trying to jump onto that other concrete slab. Gameplay seems it's slow. Oh, well, I have a slow motion thing. When you do jumps, it goes slow. Yeah, because I'm doing it like a slow... I have a slow motion feature that I do. And what is this? I have a slow motion feature that I do when I need to control my jumps better. So when you hear that noise, that means I went into slow-mo mode. There's nothing wrong with the game. Okay, gotta shake it out. My hand! My hand is cramping, Mrs. Puff! Can I make that jump? I mean, well, that's the only place I can go. All right, I think this is gonna be a sprint jump. Get some distance here and speed. Keyboard mouse is wrist intensive, yeah. But I'm not used to it. That's why they have those wrist rests, right? Gotcha. Not sure why that sticker's there. How do I climb up on this thing? I have carpal tunnel in both wrists, so I can only play certain games. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I type on a computer all day at work, but I generally don't have any issues with like my wrists when I'm working, but if I'm doing like a game, because I guess just because like it's so intense all the time and I'm like concentrating so hard. What? Okay, do I go that way? Okay, I need to find a way. That way is going up. But I don't know how to get over there. Okay, wait a minute. I don't know if I was supposed to go up here. I think I'm supposed to go down there. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to go this way. Okay, so I use a slow-mo when I have these like little
What a person
jumps.
really needs is not a state of peace, but the striving and fighting for some worthy goal.
Oh, okay. I just climbed up from there. The house, I made it to the house with the balloons. I was talking about this earlier because it looks like Up. My favorite movie ever. You call me dumb all the time. Yeah, but not like I think you're stupid. You're actually stupid. I mean, there's different types of dumb because like I think that you make these jokes that are like dumb in a way that it's like corny. But I don't think you're like not intelligent. All right, and I guess this is my stop. I'm not sure I can jump that. Okay, I can. No, he jumped on these boxes. Not even what I was trying to get him to do. I mean, this is like, when does it end? I mean, if I look up there, it seems like there's so much left to go.
If a man does not know which port he is sailing to, no wind will be a tailwind.
Oh, this will be tricky. Alright, well that seems kind of far, so... I think we gotta sprint it. What? How did I not make that? Oh my god. How did I not make that? He was literally right there. Okay, this way. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm done for the night. Yeah, I'm done for the night. I made it pretty far though. I mean, I don't even know when it's supposed to end. Because it looked like I had a really long way to go, even though I've been climbing for a long time. All right. Yep, that's gonna be it for the night. I will not be streaming tomorrow night, but I will be back on Tuesday night. And hopefully we'll get to the top then. You're doing good. Thanks. I mean, it's definitely gotten a lot easier. So I mean, I made it way further in this stream than the last stream. So I guess that's all you can really ask for. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Have a good night. If you have Labor Day off, have a good Labor Day. And I will see you on Tuesday night. Have a good night, guys. Bye.